Awesome. It has been a minute. All right, let me see if everything is still hooked up the way that I want it to be, and then we'll get right into it if you're watching a VOD. 1 second. Because it has been, I think it has been, oh my gosh, like 2 months, I think. So, all right. Good here. Does look like this is on. Yes. Okay, cool. Alrighty, hello everybody and welcome to the stream. My name is Ashley. I'm a character and creature concept artist and character artist as a whole as well. And on these streams, what I like to do is just take a sphere and mash it around into a whole bunch of different like shapes and stuff and just kind of like go from there. It's nothing like a very specific tutorial or anything like that. We also don't have like music going because I like listening to my own kind of music. It's always like copyright. So if you want to put on whatever music you want in the background while you're working or listening, feel free to do that. That's usually why I just like, you know, whatever music you want to put on, then it's free for you. Yeah, if you have any questions as we go, feel free to ask or just chat. I don't really care. It's a 4-hour long session, so we're just going to be sculpting some random stuff, kind of like a sketchbook type situation. Same deal as like, you know, if you were to open your sketchbook, use a pencil and just scribble some stuff and then go in afterwards and make it into an actual illustration, you could always do that. Well, here we're just sketching, right? So this stuff is allowed to be really messy and you know, just having fun with it, really. It's not really anything like this is going to be for a game or anything. You could always make it into something that could go then and be optimized for a game or for VFX or animation or print or whatever you want. But this is just really just for sketching and having fun and ideation. All right. Hey, Reaper, how are you doing? Hello, welcome. Okay. So if you guys have any questions as we go, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'm just gonna vibe, okay? Because it's been a minute. I know. Hi, Beck. Welcome back. Yes, I am back. So it's going to be bi-weekly, so every other week. I am back. I've been really busy. How does it work that you're a concept artist but working in 3D? Do they usually work in 2D? So the benefits, like yes and no, it depends on the pipeline that you're in. There's a lot of benefits, especially if you're freelance, to working in 3D and being a concept artist at the same time. So I'm also a character artist, right? So when you're freelance, it's nice to be able to work with multiple different hats. So the 3D concepts that you would do essentially is like maybe they already have some kind of a sketch for you, but they haven't finalized that ideation, and they think that it would be faster to just jump right into 3D so you already have a sculpt going, and so that you can sell it to the clients a lot better, because sometimes the clients that you work with, they don't have a direct inherent knowledge of like art, for example. And so when they see something that's 2D and then it goes into 3D, they might be like, well, that's not what I was picturing, right? Because the jump might be not what they were anticipating. So if you can get into 3D faster and have those concepts approved, especially with characters and things like that, usually it makes the process a lot smoother. But again, it really just depends on what you're working with, right? Like, I mean, if you're working with a 2D platformer game, then of course your concepts are all going to be 2D, right? Like that, because that's what you're working with. But if you're going into like even like VFX, doing any kind of like creature like concepts for like some sort of a VFX shoot, usually they're going to want to like do a lot of sculpture work for that and just like get it lit and just like some preliminary quick things just to be like, well, this is the mood, this is what the creature could look like in 3D, and then this is what is and isn't possible in that pipeline as well. So the faster that you get it in there, the better kind of an idea. Hey, Hammy, what's up, dude? How are you? Have you been streaming too? It's been a minute. I know, a long time no streams, I know, and I'm just sitting here already not even doing anything. Hey Artem, how are you? Trying to get Bluetooth on your desktop working again. Got you. Well, I hope that it ends up working for you. I've got my temperatures monitoring right now because I did stress test. This is a new PC that I just built recently, and And I did stress test it. Everything was fine. Nothing broke. Nothing broke into scary temps or anything like that. But I'm just making sure that we're not too nasty here. Okay. Word V busy. Yeah, I know. Okay. All right. Let's get going here. Let's get going. I saw that you guys, for Tripwire, for Killing Floor, you guys have a little bit more time now. A little bit more time before release, something like that. I saw an announcement. I don't know. It was in passing. I saw it. I don't know. Also, look at this. Look at this cup. Look at this cup. It's from Turkey Merc. Is this not sick? I'm getting my brain juice. Mm-hmm. What do you mean? I saw that you somebody posted it. I saw it was posted. What do you mean? That's an official post. Like, I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? All right, let's just God. Don't make me feel like I'm doing something bad. What the hell? You're already like making me feel like I'm breaking some kind of like an NDA, but it's like I've already like I saw that. I saw it, like it was official. They were like, "Oh yeah, we had feedback, so we're gonna." Man, what the hell? Hey Flop, how are you? Are you making the whole 3D pipeline as well? UV? Oh no. Here, like I said at the beginning of the stream, all we're doing here is just sketching, just straight sketching. We're not putting this as like any optimization whatsoever. We're just just kind of like stretching things around and having fun. It's like opening your sketchbook and doodling kind of an idea. Yeah. All right. What do I want to do? I don't think I want to do something like this. Let me like go backwards. Let me like hold up. Don't even know. It's been so long that I haven't like streamed that I'm kind of like, wow, dude, what's going on here? What are we doing? Do I want to do like some sort of like a double mouth or pincer type situation maybe? Also, this new PC. So I have now, I got myself a Ryzen 9 950X. Hungriest CPU I've ever worked with. Oh my god, I still have to like try some undervolting stuff, but oh my god, everything runs lightning fast. There is nothing in my way anymore. Dynamesh, 2 million polys. It's like done in a nanosecond. The only thing that was like extremely stressful, I had to reseat my AIO because I'm using the if anybody knows PCs, if you've ever worked with like AIOs, usually they're pretty easy to seat, but the liquid freezer, the Arctic liquid freezer 3, dude, what is wrong with that thing? Like I was struggling to get it down. I had to reseat it so many times. I had like a panic. So bad, but it's working now. All right, let's get it. Yeah, I'm a nerd. All right, okay. I don't know what I'm doing, dude. All right, let's get in here. Let's do some kind of like crazy pincer type thing. I'm gonna keep zoomed out right here for a little bit. I'm gonna keep zoomed out so I can actually get some interesting shapes without worrying about stuff too much. So when I'm doing like this like quick sketching, I like all of these little like crack, like what are we calling these, like the messed up like stretching of the mesh, like because when you hit Dynamesh, watch this. So I hit Dynamesh, right? Like I just clicked that. There was no loading. Did you see that? Look at this. It's just Dynamesh. This processor is insane. I've never worked with this is ridiculous. Anyways, no loading. And so yeah, so like when you do Dynamesh, you end up seeing like all of this stuff, which can end up working like sort of a sketch line for you. So the same thing, like when you are working when you were working like in a sketchbook and you're just like sketching things out, you get all these sketching lines. So when it is at low res, so you can see here, when it's at low res and you have all of this like pushing and pulling, and then you hit Dynamesh, it creates like the real topology, like, you know, extra topology on top of that, but maintains those low topology ridges, so that you end up getting this like kind of like weird striation effect to then sculpt on top of. It's nice. It's like a fun little way to that's just like sort of like a fun little way to you know, do some sketching in 3D. Yeah. Yes, Monster Hunter Wilds happened as well. I was struggling before, and now it's like, it is still like pretty CPU intensive for a game. So I mean, like, it's not yeah, it's fine, but I'm having a lot of fun in Monster Hunter. So I was really like struggling because when I first started playing Monster Hunter with my last PC, it was I couldn't even like the cutscenes and everything. I had to like put everything down onto low just because getting through the cutscenes, it was like a slideshow. It was so bad, but it's fine now. It's totally fine. Yeah, I built it. No, the specs. Okay, here, I'll just like I wrote them down so that I didn't have to keep repeating it. I'll just like copy for you. Here you go. This is the kit that I built. Do you use references for your concepts? You love my work? No, and right now I haven't even really fully. Okay, you know what? Let's lock in. Let's lock in. It's been so long that I just want to like talk. You know, tisk tisk. So I'm just kind of like making like a bunch of different strokes and stuff like that, and just seeing how all of that will work. Again, you know, we're doing something sort of spidery, but I don't mind also just pushing and pulling things, seeing how that ends up looking, and then going from there. Mohawk. And if you do, you got like at the beginning of the stream, if you guys want to listen to your own music, feel free. I usually don't like have that during these streams just because of the copyright stuff, and I like listening to my own stuff. Like, I don't like the copyright music, especially because so much of it, or the copyright free music, because especially so much of it like now is like AI. Like, I just you know. Beast PC. I know. It was really really like I had a lot of fun building it, but then I started having a little bit of like a nervous breakdown when it came to the AIO, just because if anybody has seeded one of those things, I warn you against it. The liquid freezer free, the Arctic liquid freezer free, it's really good once you get it in, but actually seeding it on an AM5 is like their brackets, it's a bad, like, it's got a leaf design, so you gotta really like push in there, which is, you know, you get a little bit scared about cracking your motherboard, but it's like you're really like, whereas like other AIOs, you just like, you know, screw in an X pattern, right? And it's not a big deal, but this one, it's like it took many tries. And I smeared the the thermal paste a few times too, just because of the nature of that AIO. But anyways, we got her done. We got her done. She's doing good. What am I making today? I don't know. Some sort of like a big pincer beastie, it seems like. Yeah, Leonard. I know. I'm gonna drink my brain juice again. Your next PC build will be on a test bench, like before you put it into a case, you mean? The only reason I haven't like given up, so I've got like a really old case and I'm still using the really old case. I actually have like a Corsair 750D. It's the airflow one. And I'm still using that just because I don't care what my PC looks like. I just want as much room to build in as possible. And it delivers. It still delivers, so... So you'll see me like leaning forward a little bit like every time I do some sort of like an operation because I'm also stress testing at the same time. Oh, my knee. Mm. 2 years ago. Yeah, I know. I'm the same person. Maybe a few more fine lines, few more wrinkles. You can't see them because tiny camera, but no jowls just yet. Soon. Not yet though. Is anybody else playing Monster Hunter? No, you're actually planning to build a new PC, but with everything in the future, you're gonna stick everything in an open test fence and not bother. Okay, well that can be its own problem though, right? Having a case like in. Anyways, I'm not gonna. Anyway, if you want to just leave it on a test bench, that's your own prerogative. Why your PC looks like mine? I have the newer version of the Corsair. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, maybe I'll drop a bit to grab the new one, but then I was like, this one's still like operating just fine. If it starts like, I don't know, if any of like the threads start like messing up and stuff, then I'll consider upgrading the case, but like it's still fine. I love the Corsair cases. They're totally like super usable. Let's split this off. I'm thinking like we'll have some sort of like a hook curve here for the mouth that actually like pierces and brings in. So when it rotates, maybe we'll have it come in like a little bit more. Right? Like it pierces upwards like that, and then it opens. Let's grab. Maybe not fully in like that. Maybe we need it like sticking out just a bit more. This is usually how I like to, if I'm doing any kind of like a complicated jaw system, I usually work like this, like to ensure that it kind of works in some way. So I just, oh man, you don't like the new fans, huh, buddy? Okay, he's starting to not like the new fans. That's okay. He'll get used to it eventually. Because when they ramp, yeah. Doggo's not a fan of the new fan curve. Huge fan since the PS. Yeah, so I actually, this is like my first, well, like World was my first Monster Hunter World, but I never played enough of it to really get into Monster Hunter. I kind of dropped it after a while, but now I end up playing quite a bit of Wilds. He's doing good. He's just a little like, he's just like, usually he's like right beside my PC and like totally fine with the fans ramping, but I switched out the case fans so they make a slightly different noise now. And so he's got to get used to it again. Like any kind of, there's like a little bit of a change in noise. He's just like, that's different. I'm suspect of that. So it's just going to take him like a week, probably. Otherwise, he's doing good. The princess and the pea. No, exactly. What are you doing with this kind of concept? Do you finish it after the stream, or is it kind of speed sculpt, like you leave it like that? Yeah, usually I just leave. I've got like hundreds of these now. Got like a whole hard drive, just garbage sculpts. Well, not garbage, just like, you know, sculpts that you're having fun with, just like quick sketches kind of a thing. You know what I just realized is I haven't shown you guys the more recent stuff that I've done, because the thing is, like, here, you know what? When was the last time that we ended off? Because I don't know if on stream I showed everything that I've been recently up to. Did I show... Here, let me show you guys. Oop, I didn't mean to hit ZBrush. Let's go back. Not that it matters, because that happened in literally 2 seconds now. I love this. I love having like a capable PC. Ooh. When she works her butt off for months, disappears, comes back with a beast PC. Okay, let me put it back onto the monitor. So I don't know if I showed you guys this. Did I? This was for the Hellfire Sculpting Club, and I had gone through a pretty intense medical issue where my ovary decided to go woo and twist on itself, and I was sent to an emergency surgery for that and everything. But I also made art for it, for the Hellfire Sculpting Club portal prompt. So this was sort of like a look into what that descent of like pain essentially was, which was really fun to do. I say fun, but you know, it was this, which was really, really crazy to do while I was also recovering. It just kind of gave me something to do, which was great. So I'll show you here's the little turntable, which was super, super nice of Frank to render out for everybody on the Hellfire Sculpting Club group. Like, we all submitted our own portals, and he basically renders all of them out and shares it on the Hellfire Sculpting Club socials as well. So that was really cool. And that's the sculpt that I did for it. These are just my renders here so that you can see that as well, which was just sort of just a take on what the hell I was going through at that time. Which, honestly, if you guys are ever going through some sort of a crisis and you don't know what to do with yourself, you're just sort of like sitting around and worrying or overly anxious, I find that doing some sort of an artwork of some kind to then keep your hands busy really helps a lot. So that's what this really was for me, is just like, just dump it out, you know, just dump it out. And this is what it turned into. That's the process right there. So it starts as super ugly, and then you just keep adding to it, right? Just add, and then eventually you're there, right? So yeah, the story is a little insane. It's a little insane. I was born with a tumor on my ovary that kept growing, and it eventually was super heavy and big, that it did that inside of me. And so my tubes just not 0 out of 10, negative 20 out of 10, do not recommend. But I'm good now. So that's what that was. And then if you guys didn't know about the iPad beta, that also happened. And I did this on the iPad, not the compositing, but this sculpt right here. Here, hold on. Push this over to the side here. So this sculpt right here, I did on the iPad, 100% on the iPad as well. So that was during the iPad beta, which was a lot of fun to do as well. And then I just like composited it on my compoots. And then this was another thing for the Hellfire Sculpting Club. This was the folklore thing from a while ago. I actually ended up finally like putting it together as like just like a quick composite. And here, I'll show you the turntable that I did for it as well. So you guys get to see a full 360 of this. This one was it was kind of a headache to do, but like in the good way, you know what I mean? Like, I really quite enjoyed working at it at all different angles as well. So that is the catch up. If you want to see any of that other stuff or any of my art, I will drop that in here for you so you can check it out at your own leisure if you even care. If not, we're going back to sculpting now. So we start, like, the whole point in also me showing all of that is to say, yes, we start with like these super uglies. Sometimes they don't go anywhere, but the more that you just kind of like do a super ugly and then you come back to it and then you just keep adding and tweaking it, that super ugly can turn into something that you're actually not hateful of, and you might actually like it and enjoy it, right? So it's just part of the process. Yeah. Brain juice drink time. Hi, Layla. How are you doing? How are you? Yeah, I'm okay. I'm totally fine now. I'm great. I'm super good. Thanks, Flop. Yeah. Triggers Tech Warriors, you've been watching my old stream past couple months. First time to actually get to watch it live. Awesome. Well, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. We're just gonna have some fun here. We're gonna actually like get into this. So if you guys don't know, Layla is also a streamer here. And she has been killing it. I haven't been able to like stay around in a lot of your streams. I'm so sorry. And that is quite literally just because I've been so busy with work. But she is definitely well worth the watch, especially if you are into stylized stuff. Okay, let's just like, I want to make sure that I can get all that in there. I'm just dynamesh that again. fix this up a little bit. Get rid of that. Look how fast we dynamesh now, guys. It's crazy. This is crazy. Oh my gosh. Who is she? Oh my god, it's like, it's literally just like, it's done. Hi, Swarth, how are you? Yeah, I'm still scarred up though, because they had to make multiple incisions and all that fun stuff, you know? So I've got like, I keep joking, with people that I'm like a DeviantArt OC now because I've got like these X, like literally just X scars on my abdomen. They're just X's from where the stitches were. Just a little X. Like a DeviantArt OC. Have you re-rendered any of your previous sculpts to see the difference in speed? I have not gotten super into that yet, but I will, because the reason why is because I was racking my brain. I was like, where did I put my Keyshot license? And so I spent like an entire night like sifting through different emails, like, where's my Keyshot license? Found it. I found it. So I'll get into that. We'll get into that. I think I did try, what I did try to do was use my 4080 Super to do some of the CPU based renders that I did before, and it was like, yo, this is like some really heavy load. Actually, so I'm gonna have to maybe play around with the different, because I never used my graphics card for rendering before, so I want to play around with that now that I actually have a capable graphics card, because I didn't before. I mean, I did, but not enough to actually do what my CPU was doing. All right, let's see. What are we doing? What are we doing? I have the body parts down here? No, I don't. I should just put that down there. The IMM body parts. Yeah, Layla, throw your links up. Link up. Did you see the puppy video? I have not seen the puppy video. Yeah, I'm doing it every time. I know there's no need. Like, there's no need to go and eat a cake. You do it because you want to, you know? Come now. All right, where is this? There we go. We're gonna put people arms for now, and I'm just gonna use them to adjust. Lit that off. Let's do. Hey. You can just like close the holes here. There we go. Ooh, this is a good song. Yes, sir. Or madam. Or neither. 4 terabytes of storage, which is way more than I had before, but you don't need everything. You don't need your 4 TB of storage? I need way more. I need more storage. I preemptively installed a couple of splitters for my SATA ports because I'm like, through the year I'm gonna be buying more drives. I also got a motherboard with a hell of a lot of M2 slots because again, I'm gonna be buying more drives. Sculpted a vampire last night on your iPad. Did you post it? Did you post it? I love vampires. You like the iPad version more than the PC? I don't 100% agree. I like it in certain situations more than the PC. The reason why I don't like the iPad though is because even with ergonomic stuff, I still shrimp. So the way that I have my desk set up with my Cintiq, I don't shrimp. And I don't ache. But with the iPad, I just turn into shrimp. No matter what I'm using, shrimp mode activates. And I can't get past the ergonomics of it. But I do like it, like if I'm not at my PC. Dude, I absolutely do need all of that space. It's not just being a digital hoarder. I am constantly going through and trimming my drives. Like DRI, WinDir, the Win Directory app is like, if I run it like every week, okay, where's everything? Get out of here. Like I'm constantly trimming. I need that space, dude. Especially when you're working with like a lot of iterative designs, you end up saving so much progress, and then when you have multiple clients on top of that too, yeah, you want to like separate everything and you want to keep as much of it as possible. You know, some of it lives on a cloud, obviously, but it's nice to have the actual drive with that stuff sitting there, because the amount of times, I'm telling you, the amount of times where an emergency has happened and you needed to like go back it's good to not delete all of this stuff. Who's this little fella? Not quite sure yet. Kind of going slow. I'll create like some sort of like tubing area here, and then like this inner part, right? I need to like create some sort of like a housing for the mouth area. It can actually like bring the food in, because this the idea, right, is that it closes up and then it opens. Let's create like some sort of like gill finny type things here. You don't think the chat lets you send the link? Really? What in the world? Okay. Well, okay. So did you post it on your Instagram? I'll check later then. Be more like that, or you can pull them down. Nah. Go back. Okay. Straight lines. Got the solo leveling intro stuck in my head. Their music is playing right now, except the solo leveling intro for season 2 is just, it's just in my head. Would you mask out the gills like that? Easy peasy. You just hold control, and then that turns into your mask pen, and then you just draw your desired pattern, whatever that might be. Notice there's like some little dots that happen here. So if you don't want that to happen, while holding control in your stroke menu, if you kind of come down to lazy mouse, you can enable lazy mouse, turn lazy radius down, and then lazy step, you want to like turn it quite low, not to 0, but quite low. And then you're going to get a very, very smooth line with none of the stepping as well. But if you like the stepping, I like the stepping because then it gives little like weird errors, and I actually like that for a sketching process. But if you don't, if you want more precision, you can go into stroke, enable lazy mouse. You have to be holding control at the same time, which is the mask pen. If you release that, then it's a different thing, right? You hold control, you can see the settings change up here and here because you're enabling your mask, right? So you have to make sure that that's on in order to hit your lazy mouse for that. And then, you know, if you did draw these out, then you can hold by holding control, clicking off, you're inverting your mask, and then taking a big move brush or the snake hook, you can pull it out as much as you want and be crazy with it, which I love to do to create like some really beautiful sort of shapes and stuff, right? Like fins, things like this. You know, or you can push it in or do whatever you want to do with it, right? So that's, you know what, actually, maybe we want to keep that. Do we want to keep that? Yeah, screw it. Let's keep it. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this lazy mouse off. I don't want that. Keep forgetting you guys can't hear what I'm listening to. Sorry if I just start randomly humming at stuff. Sometimes when I'm doing these sketches too, I really just let my hand guide me. Like, you can do squiggles and stuff. I think a lot of it really comes down to allowing yourself to be free and just like not overthinking a lot of stuff when you're in the sketching process, you know? Can I put you guys onto a brush, by the way? You don't already know about it. Some of you won't know about this. If you have been, you know, doing a lot of detailing, like with your lines and stuff, but you want them to be deeper or more intense or more protruding, just like overall, you want like the Z values to be more intense overall, what you can do is go B, and then you can say C, which will isolate all brushes with the C, starting with C. Go ahead and find yourself contrast delta. This is an awesome brush because it's going to take the, like, whatever you've done on the sculpt in that area, and it's just going to push it even further. So you can see all of these lines. Look, watch. See how it's really soft here? If I use this brush, it's really pushing those like a whole bunch. I'm looking at my my CPU usage right now. It's just like, yeah, the CPU usage with this brush is pretty intense, obviously, but you know, then you really push those details like crazy. And then also, you could also just like store a morph target, right? So that's down here. Where are we at? Morph, 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 morph. I just put everything on my UI, so I always forget where I have them. There you are. So right here, this you would have to do before you actually use any kind of like detailing or anything like that. You'd have to store your morph target first, and then anything that you do afterwards. So let's say I store right now, and then I do like right here. I'm gonna have to reset this brush because I don't know what happened, but I'll do like a happy face, right? Wow, so happy. And you're like, well, I actually want to get rid of that. Well, I stored a morph target. If you say switch, it will go right back to where it was. Switch again. Now you're back into the, it's a 1 or 0 state of your before and after of the sculpt. But the cool thing about this is there's a morph brush. So BM, and you can actually find the morph brush there, or I have it right here underneath my store morph target area, just because of how easy it is for me to use it. And so if you use your morph brush, you can actually just erase parts of it and go back to your sculpt before, which is super useful for things like scales and stuff like that. And it's a way cleaner way to work on stuff. But if you're just sketching and you don't think to store a morph target before because you're like in a flow state kind of thing, then contrast delta is a really great brush as well. But it's not going to be as precise, right? It's not going to be as precise as something like a morph target, but you'll get good results anyway. So it's like the lazy man's, like, you know, sort of clean it up fix it as you go type band-aid situation. And it's viable. I've used it so many times now. But morph target really is like, you know, that in conjunction with layers, but morph target is a really great one to be able to control this. And also it works as well with the alt function, the morph brush, so you can push things as well. And the great thing about this, notice how you're only affecting the morph target, whereas if you were using contrast delta, let's go ahead and grab that brush again. Contrast delta, if I started using that, you notice how not just the morph target is being affected here. So that's where it's like, you're using either like a, you know, a paint bucket and throwing it at a canvas kind of situation, like that's how you're gonna fix the problem, or you're using like a very fine-tuned paintbrush, right? So morph target, very specific, better precision. Contrast delta, good band-aid. Did you possibly use all the brush for your other workflow? Do you mean, do I use all of the brushes for my work? I don't use all of the brushes. No, I don't need to. I actually don't know what most of, not most, but I don't know what a lot of the brushes really do. Like, I mean, I do to a degree, but it's not something that I actively use all the time. So it's like, you know, like I don't need to use everything here. I really don't. The cloth brushes are great for dynamics. There's stitches in here. There's like flattened flakes and stuff. But you know, a lot of the things you can really get away with just using, like I have my favorite brushes stored to my 1 through 0 keys on my keyboard. So I've got one is clay buildup. That's really great for just adding, you know, with some texture there as well, like some sketchy texture, or taking away. Right, so clay buildup, very simple. And then you got Damien standard as well, where you're just creating lines and holding the alt function and doing the opposite and pushing out, which you can see a lot of what I'm doing up here and just like, you know, drawing on my sculpt. 3 is the H polish brush. That's just a hard polish, right? So you're just like hammering something in with a hard, sharp polish brush. Alternatively, you know, you can use the trim adaptive, or trim dynamic if you want, right? So these trim dynamic might be a better one for a lot of people. So it gives you kind of the same thing, but more of like a stylized rock type thing, because you're going like face to face, whereas hard polish is a little bit more based on like the brush that you have. This is the brush fall off anyways, so like dynamic here is just like one angle hammering in like that, and hard polish is just polishing where you put your brush down first. I like hard polish personally, just for, you know, creating different angles of things. It really just depends on your flavor. And then there's snake hook, which a lot of people use the move brush as well, so BM. Then you can isolate the move brush right here. Right, and so the move brush will be very, very strict. Like it has like it does, you know, it's not infinite. You have a direct cutoff to how far you can pull something with the move brush. So it allows people who like to move things a little bit slower and more deliberately to have those confines. It has a fall off that's very linear, right? Whereas if you use something like snake hook, this is an exponential fall off, and you can just keep going. And then it starts stretching, right? So you have even, and then it just goes nuts because of the type of brush it is. And obviously you can put AccuCurve on any of this. So B, brush, curve, and then you can click on AccuCurve, and what this does is create a sharp point, and you can use that with the move brush as well. So I like to use snake hook because it doesn't give you any sort of like restraints. Like you're just free to like go crazy mode with it if you want to. And then there is on the 5 key, I've got my inflate, so that really just does what it says. Like it inflates things, and I use this to give, you know, different volumes to stuff. Well, I like to use it in conjunction a lot of the time too. Like if you were to come in here and then, you know, create some areas where you're like, these are going to be folding skin, you could create like those lines with Damien standard, come through with the inflate brush and just you know, kind of give it some more volume type thing really quick. So that's a good way to use the two together. And then 6 is my pinch brush. This is usually I use pinch for areas like, you know, in hard surface where I need like a direct plane change. So pinch will pinch things, and you can see that it's giving sort of like a plane change. You can use it the Alt function as well, which is good for sort of like crevice areas. So like right in here, right? You can use pinch for a whole bunch of different things. I actually use it a lot of the time for stylized stuff as well if I need a hard plane change, and I'll show you exactly why. Like if you take a big pinch brush and then you do something like this, what's happening is it's pulling all of the topology towards one density, like really, really dense line. And then you can take a smooth brush and just come over it really, really quick to soften this just a bit. And now you have two distinct planes. So you can see how that's really good for a hard surface. It's good for stylized stuff, etc. So that's usually what I do if I need to create like a quick plane change. And then you can come in with your H polish and just sort of like, you know, continue polishing things out on top of that. And you can see it's a little bit more, like the polish brush is a little bit more subtle than something like the trim dynamic. If you were to come in here, you start getting like these sort of like hammers, these divots. So that's also sort of why, like I've preferred H polish for my workflow. But if you're doing a lot of other very specific plane changes, you might prefer using more trim dynamic. I use it sometimes too for different situations, right? So there's that. And then I've got like a different brush, which you can find online, MAH cut Mech A, and it essentially creates a plane change. It's a mech brush, so hard surface change, where it's doing a pinching action. It's doing a pinching action, bring it all in. So it's sort of the same thing as the pinch brush, except you're using it as like sort of like a Damien standard. You can do the same thing, alternative, and it pushes out as well. So again, really good for stylized as well as mech stuff. So I like to say a lot of the time too, like if you're doing mechanical, like hard surface sculpting, not box modeling, but sculpting, a lot of those same methodologies can be applied to stylized work as well. So if you have those brushes, you know how to use them for mechanical stuff. A lot of the time it can like switch over and you can use it for your stylized stuff as well pretty efficiently. You just have to remember to calm a lot of the plane changes down a little bit. If you're working with something more organic, you just soften those transitions just a bit more. And then on the 8 key, I have my /2, which you can get inside of the lightbox, and then you go to brush. Where are we at? Slash. We are here, and it lives in here, /2. And /2 is great because it really just gives you like a ledge, like it's pulling up. It's alpha driven. And it is pulling up on one side and giving you a sheer cliff on the other. So this is really great for like sketching scales and stuff. So let's get like a smoother area. You know, if you wanted to like sketch out some scale type things or whatever really fast, or even just put a lazy mouse on this, you know, you can get some nice sharp transitions, good for like bug plating, etc. And then yeah, that's about it. And then over here, I don't have this on my 1 through 0 hotkeys. I just have it right here. Is the Geo soft forms brush, which you saw me using earlier for down here. This is really great because it's creating a sort of like really sharp pinching with not a planar change, but a round off. So it uses like a sort of pillowy, it gives you a pillowy form overall. And you can find that. You can find that brush over on ZBrushGuides.com by Pablo. ZBrush Guides. and you can find his brush there as well. So that's what I use. Those are my main things in my workflow. Some other things that I might throw on top of that is what you see down here. So standard for alpha placement, I've got my curved tubes, which just you draw out some tubes and then go for there. This is for stylized hair and stuff. I might use like different alphas to generate some curves, and ZModeler and Move Topological is really great for any kind of like simplistic box modeling that I might be doing inside of ZBrush as well. Okay, does that help? Does that answer? Oh yeah, brain juice. Pull everything into there's nasty artifacts everywhere to have something out of it. Pretty much. That is my workflow. You clocked me. At least for sketching. When it comes to like the stuff that I do for work, it is not quite like that. In fact, to speed things up, if I know that I can just like quickly box model something, I will, just so that I get like the UVs, everything just already done. Especially if there's like button placement and stuff like that, I'll just be like, all right, that's it, I'm going into Maya, like, or I'll just do it in ZBrush really quick. What was my first experience in the game dev industry? I actually don't work in games. I work in animation. I am in the animation world mostly. I have not had any experience in game dev. My partner is in game dev, but I am not. I've been animation and film as well. So some VFX, but mostly animation. So completely different than what I do on completely different what I do on stream. I'm just so happy it's gonna be summer soon. Oh, I am so happy. It's been so cold. The seasonal depression, you know, the woe. Oh my god, I feel like there's so many things that I've been into now that I just want to keep talking about. Hey, problems. It's good. It's good. We haven't cracked 75C. We haven't cracked 75C. That's impressive, by the way, for a 9950X. Just telling you, that's pretty good. Pretty good. We're hovering around 50, you know, when I'm zoomed in like this to 600 active points. We're our you know, while streaming, we're around 65. But then it quickly drops down again. So the temps are all good, you know. Still haven't done anything with the undervolting to squeeze out a little bit more efficiency there, but so far so good. We're not anywhere near TJ Maxx. And dynameshing, so this dynameshing happens super, super fast. 1.5 mil, just like that, like... Do you happen to know which motherboard I went? Yeah, so I went with a Tomahawk X870, which was totally fine for me. I mean, some people are like, well, you might want to go with the E for future proofing, but I don't really. I feel like, because me, like, I usually upgrade every like 5 years. I usually end up getting another motherboard anyways. So for me, it's like whatever. But yeah, the 9950X is, it's pretty, just know that you're gonna need okay, so if you're also running like a high-end graphics card, you're gonna need a crazy PSU. So I've got a 1300 watt just for the transient spikes that'll happen. And then on top of that, it is extremely hungry. It is extremely hungry. Just like it's just going to be drawing 1.4 volts because it's pretty much D-lid. So it's trying to boost all the time. You could go into your BIOS and then change the PBO settings, right? Or you could go into eco mode if you want, but just like stock values, it's going to be boosting to 5.7 gigahertz whenever it can. Like that's the way that the processor works, is it's going to cool as much as possible to then boost as high as it can to get to that frequency. So the colder you can keep it, the better, but it's going to try to be hot. It tries to be hot because of that voltage, the 1.4 volts that it likes to run at. So you could always do an undervolt as well, which I still haven't done just because it's new and I haven't messed around with that yet. But to get stability, you also need to be lucky and make sure that your CPU is actually like good on the silicon front, right? So anyways, it's a pretty intense CPU. So also go with like a really good cooler. If you've got like, you can do air cooling, but the thing is that because of the way that it works, you might also like if you do air cooling, like, you know, with a, like, I guess like a DH15 or something, you probably could, but it would be running like probably hotter just on average. And that, it's like, you know, if you, I don't know, you probably could, but again, it really just depends on the type of load that you're putting on your CPU. I think over time, an air cooler might actually be better if you're doing like really long rendering sessions. Like I'm talking day-long rendering session, air cooling might, if you have like really good airflow in your case, and like the best of the top of the line air cooling for your CPU, it might actually be better for long periods because the water in an AIO will eventually hold on to that temperature. So yeah, just a lot of things to think about when you're using something this like hungry. What would be the main difference between game versus animation regarding the sculpting workflow? If I'm not mistaken, for games, you're expected to be very careful with optimization for your model, but I guess it applies to animation. Yeah, different types of optimization. my partner and I, we have these talks with each other actually sometimes, because when he's doing his like game characters, I'm looking at that and I'm like, like how nice it would be if you just don't care about modeling for smoothing. Like you're just putting triangles in here. You're just putting, and I mean like even for animation these days, you know, it's fine to have triangles if you know how to use them. It's fine to have n-gons if you know how to use them. The problem comes down to a lot of pipelines that you go into for animation will have checks, and they'll be like, no, like, you know, if you're using specific renderers, like RenderMan, I think doesn't like triangles, I think. So, you know, it really depends on the pipeline that you're in. It's different checkers the tech will set up, and it'll be like, no, this is not getting pushed further if you have like, you know, a triangle or whatever. And so then you always have to be modeling in quads, which is, it's good, you know, it's one of those, like, it's good practice, but then it's nice to be able to actually know how triangles work and how the subdivision process happens, especially for edge flow and deformation, so that, you know, if you do want to use a triangle, you can. So I'm not saying that you can't. It's just when you're in animation, a lot of the time you're working for subdivision modeling. So everything needs like support loops, because when you smooth, when you're doing subdivision workflow, at render, your model is going to be at a low res, and then at render, it's going to go up maybe 2-3 subdivisions depending on what set, which means every single polygon that you put down is going to be divided into 4, and then those again into 4, and then those again into 4 if it's 3 steps, right? 4 steps again into 4, right? And so you can see it exponentially. So in certain areas, you put supporting edge loops so that you have more density. So when you do smooth, it holds on to sharp lines versus smoothing out and softening the not sharp areas. So in games, what you do instead is you're dictating essentially where normals are going to be hard edges or soft edges. You're directing triangle flow for the engine, but you're not doing it for subdivision unless you're working in cinematics. That's a different thing as well, right? So that's like one of the main things. And then when you get to texturing, it's a little bit different as well. Whereas like games, you're not using like an insane amount of UDIMs for one character, right? Like you don't have like these like big packages of you know, just textures all over the place willy-nilly. Because in animation, a lot of the time we end up seeing like, I mean, the cleaner pipelines that I've been in, it's not like crazy, but you know, you could have like a whole bunch of different texture sets with tons of different UDIMs, like a character's body split, so many different ways, right? So whereas like, you know, depending on the game that you're working on, you might be just needing to keep everything into like one 4K, maybe even 2K texture, right? And packing all of that has to be very meticulous, whereas animation is just like a little bit more free, I guess you can say, because everything happens at render. Again, it just sort of depends on the pipeline that you have and the rule set that you have to follow. But there are definitely differences. All right. Hey, Psycho Crazy. How are you? With what software do I make animation? So I am not an animator. I have my bachelor's degree in animation, but I don't use it. But a lot of the time, so most of the projects that I've been on use Maya, but Blender is also something that we've used for I think 2 of the projects I've been on now. So it depends. no real magic recipe that could apply to all scenarios. No, you're talking. This is art, right? It's art. At the end of the day, it's art mixed with tech, and every studio is going to have their own proprietary way of doing things. There is a baseline standard of good practices that you should learn when you first start in one flow rather than the other, right? Like if you know that you want to work on movies, then work on learning subdivision modeling. If you know that you want to work on games, then learn the game pipeline, the base game pipeline, and it depends on what type of game that you want. You want to work on really low poly stuff, then your game models are going to look a whole lot different than if you wanted to work on Final Fantasy, right? So yeah. Who is using their trade? Anyways. Yeah. All right, so let's see, what do we want back here? Hey, buddy. What you got? Okay. He's all sleepy. I was gonna get him to say hi to you, but I think he's too sleepy. Oh boy. Or try them all. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with trying different things and seeing what you like the most. I think that's a really important thing to do as well. Wonder if I should do this or if I should do some other. I don't think I like this. I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna delete that. Let's try something else. Five-year-old in beach trying to YOLO a sandcastle. That's fine, man. That's fine. Because everybody's got to start somewhere. So if you're a 5-year-old, that means that you're already better than the 4-year-old. You're already better than the 0-year-old. You got 5 years, man. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Maybe no frontal lobe yet, but you gotta drink your brain juice. Drink your brain juice straight out of a skull. Get you there, you know? Try something else. Let me try and like get this looking a little bit better. Yeah, I think we're gonna go bipedal. Snake hook it. Yeah. Yeah, you just gotta use your snake hook and go put your AccuCurve on. I need to make sure that this would actually work now. I just kind of want to make this shape look like it would work better. Do I have a reference image? Use AI these days. I would not do that. You know, for inspiration, I can't tell you what to get your information out of, you know, your inspiration from, but I don't think that using AI for reference is the best way to improve and to study as an artist, because there's a lot of inaccuracies when it comes to anatomy and things like that. And I'm not even touching on like the moral stuff too, because like you're trying to get into, you know, if you're trying to get into, or you are in the industry, you know, it's one thing for me to sit here and be like, you're, you know, don't do this or whatever, like, but it does kind of suck that it's like a tool that only exists because it's been taking everybody else's work and grinding it up to create these images, right? It's just, it's like already, I don't know, you'd have a better time actually referencing, if you can get Google's not really the greatest these days, neither is Pinterest, but if you can get actual you know, photo reference, that is always better to study from. If you can, you know, look at what artists are doing, that's always better to do like master studies from rather than AI. You know, maybe it'll give you an idea, but I think it's best to grow that on your own rather than having the AI show you like this is what imagination is, rather than you using your own brain. Because I think like there has been sort of like this really kind of, in my opinion, like not great push telling artists that, you know, oh, you'd be even better if you used AI. I don't really think it's kind of like the same thing as like, you know, people who want to talk to ChatGPT because they don't know how to talk to their friend. Like, what should I say to my friend? I think the purpose of life is this is gonna sound boomer of me, but the purpose of life is kind of like to just make these mistakes yourself so that you can learn from them. And I think the same thing is applicable to art as well, right? Where, you know, in terms of creativity and imagination, that's a muscle. That's something that you grow and you learn. And then if something is pumping out artwork for you to just be like, here you go, you know, that's not really, it feels like it's taking something away from that. You know, so it might be a little bit better for you, just as an artist, as your growth, to reference real life images. Because again, like with AI imagery, there's no intent behind what you're seeing. It's just sort of like, you know, garbling together a whole bunch of stuff that already exists. It's not really, there's no intent there. Real artists don't use reference? Absolutely not. That's not true at all. Not true at all. I've just seen a lot of people saying, "Oh, I use like AI pose reference and stuff," and it's like, that's not how a body really works. It's minor things a lot of the time. You know, the more egregious stuff, it's like a lot of us can tell that that's not good, but sometimes it's just like it's very minor stuff that you would just benefit using a picture. We do not learn just like AI is not conscious like that. It just isn't. I think again that's like more just marketing. It's really heavily marketed right now. You know, you can just see it in all of your technology everywhere. It's just pushed really heavily, really heavily. But I wouldn't believe everything that you hear tech companies telling you that it does. It's again like money speaks, right? So they want to sell as much of it as possible. So they will tell you, no, it's great. It works just like a human. It doesn't work like a human brain. AI has been around. Machine learning has been around for a while. It's just been rebranded and like a varnish has been put on top of it so that everybody thinks it's so cool and new and fun. Yeah, just to put a higher price tag, exactly. But for example, like, you know, in Google, like this, I think the statistic right now, you'll have to double check this, is like recently there was like some sort of like a statistic going around that like 60% of all AI inquiries on Google were actually wrong. Like they just bad answers, not correct answers. So it's like, you know, is it, anyways, the opinion segment. Body parts. Do I want to use, actually, do I want to use this? Still don't really know what I want to do. Like, I want to make it bipedal. Do I want to do a foot? Maybe a bug leg? Bug-like type leg? Yeah. Yeah. Nah. We'll just use a cylinder. We have the doink doink up here. We want to filter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There is a trick on Google if you want to find images that aren't AI. You can basically say, well, I mean, there's the negative AI tag that you can do, but then there's also the tag to see anything before 2020, for example, and then you can see images from, like, especially if you're looking for like wildlife images and things like that. You can actually say before 2020 as like the year, like the date, and then you can see everything that was posted before that. It doesn't clean up everything. Actually, from the before tag, I haven't had any issues. The only problem is like then you end up not getting any recent images. So yeah, exactly. Like yeah. It's like it's a crutch. It's like, and they're again, this is all just, I can't tell you anybody in particular how to think or how to feel. That's all going to be you, right? um but there have been some interesting studies done on learning, and AI and summaries and things like that, and just like retention of information. uh yeah, I'm not going to get into a whole bunch of it, but our brains, they work well when they are working with intended, and not everything is just given to us at like lightning speed, because you just kind of have to learn and figure things out, and that is painful. Sometimes it takes a long time, but that's okay because then you have a good foundation as well. Little stick legs. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do here. I want to do it like this, or I do something else. Let's see here. So I really like using like low resolution like this to kind of dictate like overall like shape. You can see I'm like zoomed out here, and I'm trying to get like these big overarching shapes. I mean, what kind of character you're trying to create and you're going to send me? Absolutely not. No, if you're like trying, see, you're doing, I think this is the thing that I don't think people who are like so into the AI stuff that they don't really realize what they're doing. I don't want to use AI. Like, it's just that simple, right? It's like I don't like it. I've used it multiple times. I've tried it. That's why I have this opinion, is I've gone through that process already. I don't need people telling me, well, maybe I can change your mind. No, it's not at this point. No. I like doing this. I like to come up with my ideas. I like to go through the process. I like to go through the ugly and then figuring it out along the way. I actually genuinely like doing that. Some people don't. They don't like that, but that's not the same. You're a different type of person, right? So that's not going to happen here. If you want to throw what you want to throw in to the AI, you go for it, but please don't use my images. Don't use my artwork. I would appreciate if you don't do that. That's all. All right, so now I'm going to try and create some sort of like foot shape here. And in order to do that, we could either go and give it another subdivision before dynameshing, just so that we get a little bit more topology here on the low res that we were using. And then I can pull this around. Okay, so again, a difference of understanding of the process of art, right? So using AI, you can assume it's cheating or not. In art, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like thinking that anything is cheating. You might be cheating yourself. You might be cheating yourself. That's different. But art is a subjective thing. When you look at something, you either connect with it or you don't. And your process of connecting with it is going to be different per person, per subject, etc. Art is an overarching umbrella term for anything that is of the human creative process. When you're involving AI, you're taking some of that human part out of it, which means you're cheating yourself. Not the fact that you're cheating in getting something done. You're just cheating yourself because you're not going through that process. So again, it is the understanding of the actual process that is being taken away, not the fact that you are cheating at art. Does that make sense? So again, AI is not cheating. Using reference is not cheating. Doing something in 3D and then painting over it is not cheating. These are all ways of doing artwork. However, one of those methods is taking a human element away from it. That's all. He looks like he's got a diaper on. I don't like this. A diaper. I can just turn this off for now and just see if I can work with this thing. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like throw this guy over to transpose. Let me save him. Where we at? You popo? What do you mean? What do you mean, you popo? Poo poo. You poo poo. You poo. Okay. You know, everybody has to. There's no judgment there. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, transpose master. So if you T-pose your mesh, you're gonna go everything into one thing. And bring this, and I'll start to adjust. Oops. The overall shape of everything. That looks like bug plating here. Kind of vibing. Just Put these guys together. Even do some sort of a they're curing many. Okay, dude. Yeah, I don't know what you are looking at as your like news every day, Ahmed, but that's not like, I don't think that that's the general consensus of the art community anyways, from what I know. I don't think many people that I've talked to agree with that perspective. Because machine learning has absolutely been used in medical for a long time, but the marketing right now is that like this is a new thing and that the AI itself is curing the diseases. But what is really happening is it's very good at pattern recognition, so it's always been very good at collecting and sorting exorbitantly large amounts of data points, which can help with genome sequencing. So it's not solving and curing these diseases, it's a tool in those situations, helping to parse, different patterns within whatever data set that they're trying to use for their studies at that time. The researchers themselves are the ones that are still, coming to these conclusions, etc. You would not at this point, with the failure rate that these AIs have, you wouldn't want to sit in front of an AI doctor machine and get diagnosed with something. The failure rate is ridiculously high. It's not good. It's, again, marketing is telling you that these are curing, right? Because then that makes you think, oh my God, it's like this miracle product. It's not doing that. There's like a whole lot more going on there. It's useful for a lot of situations, but to completely remove like the human element from a lot of these situations, these workplaces, is not a good idea. It isn't a good idea because it's not thinking, it's not processing that way. It's finding patterns and regurgitating patterns. It's not doing what people do, right? I want these like legs to be a little bit more spindly. Like, I'm okay with that, but I think maybe the head too needs to. Well, yeah. A little bit more leeway. The legs are so low res right now because we're in the. Okay, I'll fix it when we get out. Overall, the range dynamic. Let me see. Maybe I can give this. When he's like flinging his food around. Hello, it's Mookie. How are you? Dude, look at this cup. 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 Look at it. It's from Turkey Merc. Is that not sick? It's a pretty cool cup, right? Would you consider streaming the iPad version of ZBrush? Dude, I don't know how to do that. I would have to look into that. I don't know. I don't know how to do that. Maybe. I'm not very fast on iPad though. Like I was saying earlier, it to me it's like a ergonomic nightmare. I know other people like they're just whizzes on the iPad. I have had mine for a while and it's still very like I turn into shrimp after like an hour and a half of using it. So I'm okay. You know what, guys? No more AI talk, please. God, I can't do it anymore. I can't. There's no both sides. No more both sizing. We can't. Just no more AI. No more AI. Don't say AI. You say AI. You say AI one more time. Just don't do it. Don't do it. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I have a band hammer, so don't do it. No more AI. Don't do it. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna. No more stressing me out. Put dynamic back on. And thank you. So right now I'm looking for gesture. Overall, I'll bring this guy down just a bit because he's a bit big in the scene. So I think this might be easier. Again, what we're looking for is like these negative curves. Isolate this guy right here. It needs to feel balanced. Balanced enough. I think we're pretty close. Then we can bring all of that up. Yeah. There, you see, now we're getting like that gesture flow. Like that's what I was kind of looking for. And then from the front, we'll do a little bit more here as well. Do I want that to be straight or to the side? Let's see. Any names to my creatures? You know what? You guys, you feel free to name it whatever you want. Talk about Blender. Yeah, great. Great. Fantastic. Oh my god. How do I get fast with ZBrush? Never seen anybody as fast. There's definitely people that could definitely be fast. Have you seen the sculpt offs? Like some people get crazy. I did the sculpt off 1 year, and then that was it. I was like, no more for me. Getting fast at ZBrush is just using it a lot, just like a lot. I use it so much. Again, it is like my main concepting tool. But something that really helps as well is just getting familiar with everything in your UI and, you know, of the vanilla UI, know where everything is. And then once you do, make your own custom UI, because you can see that I'm just, you know, I've got all of my brushes, the main ones that I used, 1 through 0, super easy. And then anything extra, I just reach over to the side. So I'm not, you don't see me in like menus constantly, like tinkering around and trying to find stuff, right? Hey, Maddie. Your last Pixo stream was November 8th, 2023. Okay, the playlist isn't up to date then, because the last stream I had wasn't that long ago. It was last year. This is the first 2025 stream that I've had for sure, but it wasn't like over a year ago. So now I'm gonna T-post a sub-T this guy. Back we go. There we go. Holy, that goes so fast now. I'm not used to it. Oh, my new PC. Okay. And now we can just kind of keep going here. Feels good. And is, do I do a pull down? Side? In front? All right, no worries, Baubles. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're well. Don't poop yourself like you were saying. And more of these gills here. Hey, Eduardo. Last stream was December. Oh my god, it's been a while. Well, I'm back, so we're good. I just got really, really busy. I was running 3 contracts at the same time. I just like really didn't have time, you know, to be doing the streams, because like they would like, you know, you end up getting like rush orders and stuff. So instead of just like scheduling a whole bunch of streams and then being like, oh my god, sorry, I'm canceling again, I just said, screw it, we're not doing any of it. What's up, Ben? How's it going? GDC in San Fran. They had a booth in San Fran. I'm not actually sure. No, I have no clue. I actually have no idea. No, it's not for, I don't know. It's not for anything, Ahmed. I'm just having fun. I'm just making something. I get back to my my concept sheets too. I'm almost done the contract that I'm on right now, and then once I am, I'm gonna have a lot of time to just like do personal art again. Because like I wanted to do all of those dragons that I had started, and then I just kind of ran out of time. I got busy. Lame, you know. Getting some sort of like a beak structure here. Yeah, like this mouth. So we grab it up in the corner here. Kind of closes. Wait, I pushed that back a little too far. I feel like it's right here. Yeah. And it'll close. Maybe like that. As it hinges, see? Ah. Huh? Yeah, he's gonna have his own buggy design. But the thing is, like, if you get into actual details too soon, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. You have to work on the overall structure before you get into like super fine details. You want to work on your like main shapes, which is why I was, you know, working outside like this. And then now I'm going to be working down here. So I'll give it one more step up in geometry. You could also just Dynamesh, but I like, if I'm working low resolution already for shape, sometimes I like to just do this. Sure that this can rotate in its socket. Like you can always worry about like actual functionality, but basic functionality you should be thinking about as well, right? So if I were to put this guy here, then does it make sense for this? Like you can imagine this part is like a bending sort of membrane, so you can ignore it. Even if you want, I can just do that so you can visualize, just so that you know that you have movement here that can actually make sense, right? So that's just sort of like basic functionality, just make sure something has clearance to some degree, and then you can always fine tune stuff afterwards. When is Layla's next stream? She can tell you that. He does have a posture of those aliens of Men in Black. Yeah, like the actually you're right. Like the weird little dudes, like the tiny one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he does. He does. He does. Hopefully you can kind of see what I mean by, like, you know, going from a low resolution here and then jumping up, like stepping up slowly to kind of get like different shapes going without getting too deep into the actual design, you know, in the details, so that you can get those big shapes looking really nice at first. And of course, this is only like one way of doing things, so if you have your own, everybody has their own way of doing stuff. Just demonstrating mine. But I think it's true for everyone that you start with the big shapes and work your way up to the tiny details. Just keeps everything cleaner and easier to manage. Will Smith. Wait, what? Smooth Criminal? You the Thriller dance? Oh, because of the yeah. Working with stretch polygons is a nightmare. I love it. I love it for sketching. You can always fix things, so it doesn't matter. Let's figure out these leggies. Actually, not a huge fan of that being like that. Okay, let's see, what can I do here? Damn it. Guys. Just like really push this out to the side here. Make it work on like a joint and tendons on the inside. I think we can give like a really big shoulder plate here as well. And then bring this guy in a little bit more. This one. And in. Just to give it more of like a strong shape. And then this guy down. Kind of creating some sort of like housing here for it. And just working with the shapes. See, you see how I'm looking at like these outer big shapes here. You can see in the silhouette what I'm doing to some degree is like these like outer lines, just kind of like figuring out how all of that works together to create these bigger shapes on the outside. And then once you have all of that, you have your foundation, you can start adding on top of it, right? Thanks, Maddie. Your stream is tomorrow. I will try to be there while I'm working. I'm retopologizing. So much retop to do. So again, we can go ahead and test this out. Right? It does work. It's not like interfering. I guess like right back here, we have a little bit, but that's fine. And then it's actually kind of nice because the way that you design things, if you're following these curves and stuff, you can actually, as you can see here, if it were to be animated, that curve is complementary of the design itself. So if it were to pull its arm all the way back here, it's almost like it's socketing and fixing right inside. Now on the front here too, we could do a little bit more. Hunter x Hunter. That is a weird thing to say. I think it's easy for people to just like go through their life stereotyping like based on gender and stuff like that, but you shouldn't. I love bugs. I've always loved bugs. Oh, he flew off. Okay, I really got to work on these legs because what is this? We got to figure out these legs. Anybody watching Solo Leveling? Because now that I'm thinking about it, I'm also like, this is maybe I'm doing a bug right now because of Solo Leveling. I don't know. No spoilers, but maybe. Also, oh my gosh, Severance too. Like I've been really like into Severance. Ooh, the finale tomorrow, baby. You love Solo? Yes, dude. The theme, the season 2 intro is a banger. I do really like it. I think it starts slow and you're kind of like, oh my god, edgelord, like, you know, but it grows on you. It grew on me, and I'm obsessed now. It starts a little like, okay, what's going on here, you know? But it really does get into it. Once you're in it, you're in it. I don't want to say anything without spoiling stuff, you know. Vibe into my own music. Oh, Mookie, man, I hope you've been doing. I hope you've been doing good. I didn't get far with Frian. I felt like it was a little like, I'm sure it does get better, but like it was like really slow for me, and I was just really distracted at the time. Like once I started it, it just felt really slow. And I kind of felt like I got the gist of what was going on too, and I was like, oof, man, like uh immortality is a insane topic. Well, not even immortality, but like relatively speaking anyways. Yeah, it is. It's definitely slow. Yeah. So I guess maybe I'll give it a second chance at some point, but I just didn't get into it. Things been hella weird since last. Yeah, man. If you ever want to talk about anything, you just reach out. I I get it. I get it, man. I get it. I'm just glad that you're vibing now, so that's what matters. Dungeon Meshi? Oh yeah. It's good fun. It's good fun. Chunky there. We could probably chunky this too. Balance it more. The monsters from there would be really fun. Which one? Dungeon Meshi? You want me to sculpt the Dungeon Meshi monsters? Which ones? Starting to get there. I think these guys at the front here kind of take away from it. I'm going to cut this off, delete hidden, and I will close the holes on that guy. Allow it to just be a flat open cover, and then this one, pull that up more, because I need more balance. So what? Don't like this thing right here. Is it gonna fly? I don't know. We'll see. I might add wings. Have you ever seen any bugs in T-pose in real life? I mean, in T-pose, like, if they're pinned, yeah. If they're like pinned, they kind of are in T-pose, right? Like when they're for display. The little mushroom dudes are the cockatrices. But in I feel like the cockatrice was very literal in Dungeon Meshi. Not that that's a bad thing. I just it had very like direct cutoffs. It's interesting. I don't know. I'd like to do more of like a blend when it comes to like the cockatrice, like the tail blends to this, like the snake and everything. You'd want to like introduce the other animals to other parts as well a little bit better. But yeah, maybe at some point I'll do a cockatrice. I really like Monster Hunter Wild's take on the cockatrice. That was really cool. You know in the recent like the early game monster, that one's neat. There's like a couple ways that like I could make wings from like an alpha of an existing wing, or like we could do like a mask and cutout type situation as well. Maybe I want to like just show how to do it from. Let's see if I can find this stuff and then I'll demo something for wings. Let's see if I can find where I put it. I'm just looking really quick. Up there. It's gonna demo something, but I'm not sure if I can find it for you guys. Resources. Texture. Where did I put it? Unreal. Okay, let's see if I can find one really quick then. Let's do like a cicada. I think that could work. That could work. It would be a little bit dirty though. It's like a black and white image. Who is this? Hi, Fally. What's up? How are you doing? How goes? I'm gonna demo something. Don't know if I have. Need to find an alpha to demo it because I don't know where I saved mine. Damn. Nothing's gonna be clean enough. Kind of frustrating. Okay, well, let me look one more time and then I'll give up if I can't find it. I could have sworn that I started moving a whole bunch of my stuff around, which is always really frustrating because when you build a new PC, you start moving your files around and like, where did I save this now? I just had it. All right, whatever. So I'm going to do it a different way because I don't have them. So another way that you can do some kind of like a wing texture. Where's our plane? Are they all the way up there? Oh, because our entire guy down here, we gotta move him. Here. There we go. And I'll grab this. Make it a little bit bigger. I'll just solo it out. Watching my stream. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm glad that is somewhat inspirational, even though I can't find my stuff. I'm gonna subdivide this up a whole bunch, and then when you draw a mask, it will be fine enough. But like the little tidbit I said earlier, turn your lazy mouse on, turn lazy step quite low so you don't get the dots, and then you can turn your lazy radius to whatever you want so that it will drag further. And then you can start to create some sort of like a wing pattern. So I'm just going to quickly get a reference for like a bug wing and just do something pretty like quick and dirty here. I'm going to take that off. I'll just do, let's see here. Let's just draw like that. Oops. We usually have like some sort of like thing down here. I'm just going to use this as like a base anyways, and then I will sculpt on top of it. And then some stuff happening. Do bug anatomy work like animals? No, it is quite different. Their skeletons exist on the outside, aka exoskeleton. All right, and then we can do that. Sort of like striations. I'll be moving this around a whole bunch too, so it's totally fine if this looks ugly, because I'm just putting down a base. Something like this. And here. 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 And here. And then I will take off mouse. I'm just going to fill this area in. Clean this up just a little bit. It doesn't need to be super clean. Just something so that I can start sculpting on top of it. And you can do this with like an image too. So like if you had a PNG, like a clean one, you can just say like as an alpha to mesh. But I misplaced my folder where I made a whole bunch of PNGs for this purpose. So we're just gonna do a quick little drawing here. And from that, we can kind of come down. You can see everything is one polygroup here, but we can actually create from the mask. We'll make it sharp real quick by Control and then Alt clicking on it so that the mask is a lot sharper. And from there, what we will do is come down into, we're gonna delete lower real quick so that it is a high resolution, no subdivisions, and you can come down to no edge loop right here, and then edge loop masked border. So that is going to create a new polygroup, and it's also going to cut along the mask. You can unmask things and then hide, just so that you have cleaner topology to kind of like work from. Hide that, what's it called? The unused polygroup, delete hidden. And now you can do whatever you want with this. But what I like to do is come over to dynamic, turn the smooth subdiv down, and just turn on a thickness just for now. Take off smooth. And then I'm just going to use it at this just to see what the thickness can kind of look like. And then I'll apply it afterwards and I'll smooth on top of that. So for here, if we wanted like this as like a wing, you know, you could put also in the middle a some sort of like a mesh, and I'll show you. Actually, I'll just do that right now. So if I say append another plane, go ahead and bring this here, and then just straight, we can just start moving it into place. I like to just like push it in there a little bit. And then I'll give it like a quick Z-remesh so that we have even topology following along that shape. And then you can actually do half so that it isn't as dense. And this is important for what I'm about to do. So we're just going to half the topology a couple of times. And then you can come down into geometry right here. Dynamic. We can just do a quick crease polygroup right now, so that on the edges of your polygroup, it will hold the shape. Because if we don't do that, right, when the smoothing happens, it's pulling all of your topology inwards because it's smoothing it, it's averaging it out. So you create a crease along the edges, it will hold that while you're doing this dynamic subdivision. Don't use dynamic subdiv, this smooth slider with higher res topology. You can use dynamic for thickness, but turn the smooth sub-D down if you're using something that's really dense, like this outer piece, for example. Should have kept the mesh. No, because the reason why I didn't is because it was so high res, and then I would have ended up having to, and they had a whole bunch of little pieces in it. So ZRemesher would have ended up really annoyed with a whole bunch of different pieces. So if you ever run into a problem Z-remeshing a mesh with like a whole bunch of cutouts in it, it's usually because Z-remesher doesn't like handling multiple meshes within the same subtool at once. Not always, but it can run into some issues with that. So split out your meshes into different pieces and then Z-remesh them and replace them. Okay, so dynamic, and then you say micropoly, and we can find some sort of like a little sort of like hexagon pattern. This is like cyber type stuff or whatever, and then we can like align it, flip it, scale it, whatever you want, or we can find like a different one. You can make your own as well. I just wanted to like demo this. I probably won't even like end up using it, but this sort of an idea, right? And then if you wanted this, you have control now with the smooth sub-D to make it smaller or bigger depending on your topology, because every single one of the squares that you had before, if we turn this off, is putting that pattern directly in there. So if we do smooth sub-D 1, you can see they get smaller because those are actually getting cut, right? Each quad is getting cut into 4. So it can be very useful for meshes and things of that nature. As you can see though, you're gonna run into a few of these problems. So you wanna make sure that your edge flow is what you want it to be. So that's where the other mesh would have been good, but then I would have had to individually cut them out and dictate, the mesh per piece. And I'm not even done like, moving this around. So if I had the other meshes, I had everything individually cut out, then I wouldn't be able to come in here and like move stuff around like, however I wanted to. So just to demonstrate that, that's how you would get in that sort of like mesh type thing. And it's good for like chainmails. It's good for a lot of different stuff. So as you can see here, there's lots of things to play with. You can even do like sweaters and things like that too. So you just play with stuff until you get a pattern that you like, and you go from there. I'm probably not going to use this right now just because I wanted to show it off, but I'm not going to like, so you can do whatever. So there's that. I'm going to turn that off though, and I'm just going to use the wing alone. Here. Here about that. Right, so what I can do here as well, because because this is on a dynamic with just thickness and no smooth sub-Ds, no matter how I move this, the thickness stays the same. So I can preview that thickness no matter what. If I turn that off, then obviously it's just a plane I'm still working with. You can turn on double visibility so you can see both sides, but then it's just like these really thin things. So before you commit, what I like to do is just preview some sort of a thickness, even though that's not what it's going to be at the end anyways. And then I will just kind of create the shape that I want, just pulling it out in whichever way, shape, or form. And then once I'm actually done and able to commit to the shape, once I'm actually able to commit to the shape, then I will say apply, and then I can start really sculpting on it even further. Obviously, if you're doing this for production, then you would want to do it in like more of a T pose type situation where you're keeping it quite flat until the very end, and then you start shaping it, right? Because, for example, you can use something like a bend curve here, and you know, you can get very smooth curves, but right now it's not working very good because we have this. So it's symmetrical, so I'm just going to delete one side here, and where your gizmo is pointing, you can create a bend curve and it will follow along. And now, right, you can do as much as you want, and you can create whatever curve you want, and then you can just quickly add more points, right, like this, and fine tune that even further however you like. You could just fine tune it. So you could do that, and that's nice to have with the dynamic thickness on before you commit, or you know, you do that after the fact, once you have everything sculpted in a T pose if it is actually for production. But because I'm just sketching, it's like, who cares, right? It's my not. Okay, let's just say I'm okay with that. Yeah. Okay, I'm okay with this. Put it into the back a little bit more. Ooh, nope. Into the back a little bit more. And then you can say apply, which means now this is real thickness, and you can really sculpt on it if you want to, right? So this is where more of the fun will happen, these sections. Again, if you're doing this for like production, it's cleaner to keep it in T-pose. How is the gizmo impacting the modifier? You're not sure you understand how the bend curve works. So so you got to be pointing it in a certain direction. Sometimes it doesn't respect things. Like, it doesn't like, different modifiers will like different things. They don't all respect symmetry, for example. So you want to be working on one side and then, you know, mirroring it over afterwards, unless you want to do something asymmetrically. But what you also can look for the bend curve, for example, if I do it like this, and then I just put a bend curve, you can see that it's just going straight up and down. You can actually change which axis this is going to be favoring. So X, Y, or Z. And you can dictate how that is applied. You can see this is straight right here. So if I were to turn the axes, you know, for example, the Z axis to be following along here, you can get a more accurate bend curve, because now it's going to be following the Z axis right? That's how the gizmo can affect the bend curve specifically, but different ones apply differently. You have to just kind of use them and figure it out. A lot of it can be camera based as well. Like, let's say you were going to do a bend arc, that is dependent on where the gizmo is facing as well. But when you start using these, this is also camera based. You see this? So now I can pull this way, and then I pull it that way. It's not like a straight direct up and down. So you have to figure out what is working in, in what way, just by using it. There's documentation, but who's reading it, right? You have talked me into the wings? Nope. No, you have not, because it is a bug, and I love putting wings on things. You can see plenty of my past things. I put wings on a lot of stuff. I love wings, so you didn't tell me to do anything. Don't worry. The wings were gonna happen whether you said it or not. Split this one. Like, something here feels a little bit better, hopefully. This area has been really bothering me. Hey, Oleg. This creature reproduce. There is, as the shape of water, and if you watched that, there's a secret compartment. How many years of experience do I have? That's a great question. I would love to answer you, but now I have to do math. 9 years? Maybe a decade. Yeah, a decade. A decade. Ugh. Play with like the sizes here, if that's, you know, just to give some commentary of like, what the heck is she doing? I'm trying to figure out some good sizing in contrast with everything else. I'm not this. Hold on. Hey, Sparky. Oh. Hey, Blood. How's it going? It's more of like a here. Down. Let's get a little bit going right here so that this makes a little bit more sense. Make this a little bit more flashy. We have to start working with the housing a little bit better. Like right here, we'll pull all of that back. Oops. Sometimes I do that with the mask pen, just like trying to draw and I start scribbling with the square masking. If I can do something a little bit more like tense, just a big swooping action here. You guys, you gotta trust the process. That looks cool. Alright, split that off. What's up, Valentine? When did I start streaming again? Tonight. I actually, oh my gosh, you know what? I need to go to the bathroom really bad. Can I just like say I'm gonna be back like super fast. Like you're gonna be like, dude, did you even wash your hands? Yes. Yes, I did. For future reference, but I have to go to the bathroom, okay? So I'm gonna put up a BRB really quick and then we'll keep going, okay? Okay, okay. All right, cool. Thanks. Monty knows. Monty knows. Let me just put him on the screen here for you. And then I'll figure out the Figure out the feets, the legs, so it doesn't look so ugly. Okay, I'll be back in like literally like nanosecond. Don't blink. Don't blink. Okay, maybe not that bad. Maybe it's Monty time. Maybe it's Monty. There we go. My cam is stuttering a lot? Is it? Is my cam actually stuttering a lot? It's Monty. Hey, you, Mr. Tired. You see what I did? You see this? You see? You see? Oh. He's like, I love bugs. I love eating bugs. It look like I have Parkinson's. Maybe it's your internet then, dude. What the hell? He's a good boy. Lazy as ever. Let me have a bite of that. Dude, it's so funny. If there's like a bug or anytime I find a spider, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna like reposition it so it's not inside in like the kitchen or something, I'll pick it up and it starts, you know, sometimes I like to just let it on its web, and Monty just starts spinning. He starts going crazy because he likes eating spiders. He'll find a spider or like a house centipede or something like that. He'll eat it. He's like, oh my God, how exciting. I love eating bugs. He sees me like grab like a spider and he's like, he gets excited. I'm like, don't eat it. He's a being too, you know. He's alive too. He deserves to be here. What's up, DJ? How's it going? Yeah, Monty isn't actually tired. He's just he doesn't know what to do while I stream. Like he's got his food, he's got his toys, but he's just like, "Oh, mother is streaming, so I can't demand attention from her. So, time to be tired." Oh my God, the bug buffet in Australia. Yeah, he'd hate the heat though. This dude's been panting a lot. He's oh, did I scare you? Yes. Yes, Bubby. Okay, I'm gonna put him down. I'm gonna put big chunky. Look at this guy. He's so chunky. I love you. I'm sorry calling you fat. You're not fat. Ugh. You're just heavy. He's chill with me. He is not chill with everyone else. Believe me. But he's chill with me. Just went into his crate. He's like, nah, I don't want to be out here with these new fan noises. That's fine. He'll get used to it. Every time I introduce a new noise, he protests. It's not that he's like actually scared of it. He's just like, that's a new noise, and I'm gonna protest because I don't like it because it's new. Anybody with a corgi, I feel like, can understand this level of sass. They protest things, they disapprove. It's not like they're like, some things like they actually are scared of. You can tell when they're scared, but they're just so dramatic too. I think huskies as well, any kind of like that sort of a dog. Bonky from all the spiders, gotta protect the household. Montreal too has so many spiders. It's like Spider Central. Ooh, I gotta get rid of. See, you guys never remind me about the BRB text. Shame. Got it this time though. Laundry day. Really have to do laundry. Oh, laundry, the dishes. Oh, Sisyphus. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, you know? See, I bet you guys didn't even see that. That was a Dynamesh. This computer's crazy, dude. Love it. Now that I'm actually thinking about it, I could probably, with this setup, do rendering on stream. I'm not going to do that right now because I still have to test some things. But I probably could, because my last setup, I wasn't able to. It was too laggy. I know you're not scared. You're not scared. You're just protesting. Oh, this guy. Okay. What? All right. All right, let's create like this housing for real this time. Whenever I say housing too, I don't mean like, you know, actual homes. I mean like the the joint housing for the bug plating. If that wasn't obvious. You can see how you work with it as like a gradual buildup in terms of like bigger shapes so that you can do all of this stuff first. Tiny adjustments are easier to make, and then you can really like get in there with like the smaller details. So you're new to 3D sculpting, and although ZBrush is quite expensive for me because you're from Egypt, but I legit subscribe every month when you can. Your question is, why is ZBrush that expensive? I honestly I can't answer on behalf of the company. I know I'm streaming on their channel, but I don't actually work for them. It can be quite expensive, and I think a lot of that comes down to just, I mean, it's again, it's out of my control, so I don't really know the insights there, but probably because they're marketing mostly towards professionals, which is like, well, if you want to do, like, if you want to learn ZBrush, there are like the cheaper alternative licenses. There's also like a free trial as well. So like, the version on the iPad is also cheaper, but I get it. I do get it, but I don't work for them, so I wouldn't be able to tell you an exact reason. Because like, me personally, I'm a big fan of accessibility, I think the more people that can use something, the better. And I think that that's very true for a lot of things. It's like, even if you look at games, like, allowing your game to have modding access, all of a sudden the longevity of your game is extended because more people have access to it. Be true for a lot of things. Here, to move this out, I'm gonna add a different thing here. It's just so buttery smooth now to just like put any stroke down. It feels so nice. Oh, There you go. Oh no. Oh no. We have an error, boys. Where are we at? He's all the way up there. Oh. I'll tell you where that came from too. It's because we did a transpose, and sometimes the data doesn't update and stay. And when you move multiple subtools at the same time, like with this button, and you scale them a whole bunch, it actually retains onto multiple subtool data, like if you've made any kind of like a big change. So that can be a little bit frustrating sometimes, even though in a lot of situations it's super useful. It's the new setup, Ryzen 9 9950X. We've got 64 gigs of DDR5. Just for the RAM speed, we can only use 2 slots of 32 on a Tomahawk X870 motherboard. And my graphics card is a 4080 Super. Not that that really matters for ZBrushing, but the CPU and the RAM speed right now is making everything delicious. Because the 9950X has 16 cores, but it technically has like 34 threads available to it because of the two different dies that it uses on its chip. Dies? Yeah, I think that's it. So essentially, I'm going from the 3900 was really 3900X is what I was using, the processor, which was really really good as well. But that was like a jump from yeah, like just like this the processing speed too is just like it is already uncapped, so it's like already hitting 5.7 gigahertz consistently, which is very power hungry. I'm gonna need to look at like a little bit of like undervolting because it's not always necessary, but yeah, it's really good. It's very very yummy. Keeping it cool though. Ooh. X or 3D X3D better for ZBrush? They're pretty you're like it's pretty similar, but so X3D is actually like from what I know, probably going to be better for gaming in general just because of how it caches. Whereas like the chip that I have, like I prioritized productivity over specifically like playing games, even though this PC, like I'm going to be playing games too. Like they're very similar though, so you'd be looking at margins of improvement. Like it, you may or may not notice. The from what I know too, the X3Ds, the 3D chips, you can't overclock them, which is like if you're not into it, it doesn't really matter. But again, it's just like the way that it processes and the way that it's set up. 34 or 30? No, 32. Sorry, did I say 34? 32. Sorry. I didn't mean to say 34. My bad. If I said that. What games do you like? Right now, I was playing Monster Hunter. I was playing Enshrouded. I don't know. I'd have to. I'm not like extremely into like constantly being on top of things. So I'm so busy a lot of the time, but Monster Hunter is really fun. 3 guesses. Wait. No. 1 guess. You're only gonna need 1 guess. What weapon do you think I main in Monster Hunter? What weapon do you think I main in Monster Hunter? Oh man. How do you go? Somebody got the hint. Yeah, I love my I love being a helicopter. I love being a helicopter. It is. It's so much fun, dude. Oh my god. The pole vaulting thing, yes. The pole dancing thing. The deadly pole dance. You're gonna mount that thing, you know? Mount that monster. It's me and my insect buddy. Me and my insect buddy just getting like whiplash from Arkveld. It's getting bullied. Like Arkveld, Arkveld can be so cope with Insectglaive though, like out in the open, because he likes to take up as much space as he can. He just goes everywhere, everywhere. It's just, anyways. The counters on the Insectglaive too, like are so the windows are so tiny. I've never been like good at countering. It's good fun, isn't it? The aerial, you can't really like, yeah. Yeah, it's still a thing. Yeah. Yeah, and Insectglaive, you like mount, you're just always mounting, you're just riding like horseback riding, being a helicopter and pole dancing. That's everybody else is like you're just like wee! Fly. Okay, I'm at that point right now. Okay, so we gotta do the leggies. The leggies. I keep walking away from the leggies. They changed Insectglaive. Wait, Insecto gameplay back to aerial. You were sad during the beta when you tested it. Oh yeah, was that like a thing in the beta? It was just kind of like no no pole vaulting. I didn't play the beta. I have no idea. Really? I have never played the early, like the only one that I played other than this Wilds was World. I didn't play the super early games, or even Rise I didn't play. I did play World. It's more dimensionality here. The neck is Dude, if the insect glaive was mainly on the ground, it would be the worst thing to play. If you couldn't vault around, that would be the worst thing to play. What? It's already so cope when... Dude, I don't understand how that would work. If you were on the ground only as the insect glaive, that would have been just like... I would have switched out of that so fast. Oh no, absolutely not. Oh no. That Capcom didn't release those games for other platforms. Generations Unite was amazing. I mean, yeah, I honestly have I'm new. I'm pretty new to Monster Hunter. Like I even the lore and everything, like I'm not super into it. But Wilds, I was playing, like I so far I think I've put like 70 hours into Wilds. Even with all the work that I've been doing. So it's like, any chance that I would have, I was in Wilds. So I like it a lot. Pushed really hard to have the aerial moves, just like in World. Got you. Good job, community. why it looks really nice, but the thing is, like, it's still like it's good. I was monitoring my temperatures just because of the way that this CPU operates. It's going to keep demanding, like, it doesn't have a lid on it unless you put a lid on it, right? So basically the frequency is like anywhere from 4.3 to 5.7. It's going to try and hit 5.7 as much as it can if you let it, right? So if you're like, yeah, go for it, like it will try. So that also means that your temps are going to like blast off. So I find that the highest load of the CPU, it doesn't seem to utilize all cores, which is interesting. But it does, like, you know, because you would think, like, if it's so CPU demanding, like, it would be like chunky on everything, but it isn't. It's just really demanding a lot of like a few at a time, and it usually is like anytime that you're going into a new zone or leaving camp or something, but the temperatures like quickly drop down again and stabilize around like the high 60s when you're running around, at least for me and my setup. So when you're running around, it's not like a bad thing, and fighting, it actually lowers and stuff, like it's not bad. It's just the asset loading I find is like it can struggle. But I think that's like specifically the game, because I was like in Unshrouded and everything, and they have like really far draw distance. Cakewalk, dude. I was thinking the 50s, like easy. So it really, you know, it depends on the game and what they're doing, right? Like what they're doing behind the scenes for their optimization. But I need to stress test it more. Like I said, like I haven't really I haven't played any games with like crazy particles either. Like I love those types of games. Things like Vampire Survivors and stuff. When things get like nutso with the particles, that's also when a lot of the time when your CPU can be like, hey bro. So I haven't stress test a lot of those types of games either to see how it handles that. The video card is perfectly fine. It's working gorgeously. Can run everything, you know, at high graphics. It's crazy because a lot of the time that I was playing Wilds, when I first started playing Wilds, I was on my last PC, which had a 2070. So, and a 39900X for the processor. And that was, let's just say a lot of it was a potato, and a lot of the early cutscenes before the patch was also a screen, like it was like a screensaver, which is not great. So getting the upgrade, I was able to finally, I felt like I was putting on glasses. I was like, oh, that's what it looks like. I was like, oh my god, my sword, or like my insect glaive actually has textures. You like to see blood, tears, and sweat coming out. I do. Why do you think that I decided to get this set? Like this chip. Why do you think I decided to? I like pushing it. You work for me. GPU, it is 4080 Super. Yes, I am using the 12V pin. Not using the adapter either. Don't worry, no explosions. No explosions. Though it's actually massive. Like, this card is so big. It's so... Like, I already have an anti-sag bracket on it, but I'm actually, like, after this, I'm probably going to prop up one side as well, just in case, because it's just so big. It's so big. Oh my god. It's stupid, actually. I've never had a card so big. Like, the 2070 is, like, literally only, like, this big. It's so tiny, and it, like, It's like this thin. And then I end up going to the 4080 Super. It's like this big. I'm like holding like with a full fist. Dude, Enshrouded's like one of my favorite games. I can't wait for 1.0. I'm gonna like I'm gonna do the whole thing again. I love building in Enshrouded so much. So fun. Games that let you be creative like that. Such a great game. Even chunkier than Wanty. Oh my god. The 4090. See, the 4090, like, they usually, like, they have, like, these, like, chases that cover the whole thing, right? I don't know. I feel like it's the same, but this one is just, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to, like, maybe I can show you the scale. Let's see. I don't think I can show you the scale right now, but got too much like glare. Too much glare right now. Wait, maybe I have another picture. I think I took an earlier picture while I was building it. Like, so while I was building my PC, I don't know, like, that's taking up 3 slots. Like, it's the biggest thing in my PC. This is a full ATX case. Look at how big it is, like, hanging off the side of the motherboard there. This is a 750D Corsair, like an old case, but it is just massive. I've never had a graphics card this chunky before in my entire goddamn life. Stupid. A 4090 is massive. Yeah, I think they're like pretty close to the same. It's so stupid, man. Ugh. And I you know, like they come with like these motherboard brackets, right? Which is like, okay, great, but also that's only supporting the back end. It's still got one side, like you need to prop it up on the end point as well, on the outside. Otherwise you're gonna have like some kind of sag, which I'm gonna do after this. I still haven't done that, so I'm just gonna shove something in there just to keep it from sagging. Because then that puts like pressure on your PCI port, which can then damage the motherboard and the efficacy of your graphics card over a long period of time. So get a PC that wants to kill itself. Yeah, it's like, it's ridiculous. No, they provide like a small bracket that hooks onto your motherboard. It's a brace, but it's like right beside, like it's on the back, and it doesn't. The problem that I have with that is it doesn't support the outermost like edge that's hanging off. So you're supporting like the whole back end and like one side. So it's an L shape of support. What would be best, because it's so heavy, is to have like a support that like supports on the outer part that isn't connected to anything. Does that make sense? Like, so because that part, it still like hangs down because it's so heavy. Yeah, exactly. It becomes like a really bad problem. So it's good to always have an anti-sag in there, and not just like the single part, but support it like on the outside. Yeah, car hanging off the cliff vibes. Exactly. It's like, yeah. Yeah, they have like a little do they have it like on the outside though, or is it like attached to the motherboard? Because I find that that's still like looking at it, like putting a level on top of don't like, I guess the magnetic doesn't matter because it's like an SSD type the memory isn't, it probably wouldn't be affected by magnets, but still, like, use like a level that doesn't have a magnet in it just to be safe. And then putting that on top, you can see if it's straight. If it's not straight, you just shove something underneath it. Yeah. I've got like I have you saw my case, right? Like, so there's a lot of like headroom on the bottom end, which allows the GPU to really breathe, which is nice. That's why I like this massive case, is because it allows like all of that downdraft to happen. Like without any kind of like vortice in that area as well, because air vortices make everything hotter. So actually having like something to support it there, I need like a big stick. I've got a big stick I found that I'm gonna be putting in there later. I had to look around for something. Yeah, that's good that it's adjustable standoff then. That's good. Yeah, what am I doing right now? All right, let's give this guy a Dynamesh right there. Like, that's like crazy. 500 polys, like one click. You didn't even notice it was Dynameshing. My old PC could never. Rest in peace. My old PC is actually sitting on that chair. I have the guts of it. I just still haven't like put it away. Just like all of the old stuff over there on the chair. I even have my like just laying there. I'm just naked and afraid. I gotta put her away. A place in my closet for a rainy day. The dead body's still looking at you. Like, actually though. And you know what's like really bad too is the PCI port on the motherboard, that old really poorly made motherboard too. Like it was I think a X570 gaming I can't remember now what it was, but it was one of the PCI like press downs to grab the graphics card out. It snapped off, so I'm like, make and break. I gotta make sure that this new one is running. It's like that happened like with no pressure either. It's just bad, really like brittle plastic. Do the Alt Shift Control keys work the same way they're supposed to? Wait, oh, you guys are talking about wireless keyboard. Yeah. I actually have one. This one that I use for my PC, it's a 60%. I like it just because it fits really close to where my like, because I'm using a Cintiq as well. I don't like the full keyboard. I have that in my closet for the BIOS. So whenever I need to get into the BIOS, you can't be using one of the smaller keyboards, USB keyboards. It just doesn't. It only boots on Windows, or it like boots up on Windows. So you have to use like a full keyboard for BIOS. But if you're not going into the BIOS and you're just using it for gaming and stuff, and also like your Cintiq, a smaller keyboard like this is nice because it just fits like right beside and kind of behind the Cintiq as well, so you're not like over encumbered. And then with the iPad as well, that like it can actually sit on my lap as I'm like, if I put my iPad up on like a prop or something like that, and that can be nice too. Yeah, for the iPad. I have used it with the iPad as well. I find that if I'm using the iPad, like I don't really care so much about the hotkeys. Like I'm just gonna use that system, like the thumb system. It does support a wireless keyboard. Yeah. Yeah, it does. You don't have the hotkeys though. Like, so for example, I put my hotkeys 1 through 0. Like, there's no way of like importing your hotkeys from your desktop ZBrush to the iPad version, right? But like Control Shift and Alt, that sort of a thing, it works still. Like the baked in keys basically, but you can't change and give custom keys, from what I know, anyways. A wireless keyboard for your PC, yeah, then you have like full like control of like just putting it wherever you want, right? Okay, what am I doing? I feel like I'm noodling way too much right now. We need to actually do something here. We only have 5 minutes, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Oops. B for brush menu. I don't remember. I don't use it often for iPad, so I don't remember. You'd have to try. But it's easy. It's easy to set up. Like if you have a like with blue, like this one has a Bluetooth, so it just like hooks up easy. Like you just put Bluetooth on, sync it there. Now it's on your iPad. So as long as you have that, then you can just plug it in and try. I have seen people using the tour box. I've even seen people using like Joy-Cons. Like it's kind of like on the side. Oh, okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I think this is. We'll just. Oh my god! I didn't finish the fruit. No. Like there was like no pause there for the Dynamesh. That's crazy. It's crazy. With a Wii Motion Plus, Michael. Yeah. I've also seen people using the like the remote, like the express remotes for Huions, like those Huion Express key remote things. Like they use that too. I've seen that. God. Hey, buddy, I get it. I get it. And he's like going in and out of his crate right now because he's like, okay, I know the stream is pretty much done. I know it's time. The stupid fan noise that I disapprove of keeps turning on. It's not even loud. Like, they're really quiet. It's just the fact that it's new. He's like, hate that. I hate that it's new. Glad to see me. Oh yeah. No, I am. I'm doing really good. I'm doing really good right now. Doing really good. I guess we're at 10 p.m. though, so I should probably just like end this here. I'll just do a quick save. And I will put this guy like so. Right here. All right. Wait, do I want to show like the back? Nah, we're good. This is fine. All right. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will be live again April 2nd. So in 2 weeks. So I'm doing a bi-weekly thing. So stream, skip a week, stream again, skip a week, stream again, skip a week. But somebody else is also in the same time slot as me, Derek. So if you want to still be watching at this time, Derek will be next week as well. So we're hopping on the same schedule now. All right, so thank you guys so much. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. If you want to follow me on any of my stufferinos for info on when I go live, or if you want to see my art when I post it, you can click on any of those links and follow me on any of those places. Whatever you want, and you'll see all of it there. All right. Thank you all for hanging out. Subscribe to wherever channel you're watching this from so you can see everybody else who goes live. Layla is going to be one of them. She's streaming tomorrow, like she said. So yes. Thank you for joining me on my welcome back stream. Back from the dead. All right. See you guys soon. Bye.